And my mute mighty kaboom! Oh my goodness, Link. Oh man, you're too funny, man. Good to see you again. Man, dude, you're hilarious. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna make the intro very quick because I don't have a ton of time. Yep, so I was able to possibly carve out some time to stream today. Possibly right now I only have like an hour, maybe some possible that I have to do something. Just waiting on them to tell me. Possible I have to do something. If I don't, then I could just keep. Uh, so yeah, we'll be continuing the same thing from yesterday. Um, so to again go over again what it products for that crank set. $95. Oof, that is a chunk of change. That is a chunk of change. But hey, I mean it's a okay. It looks like they may not need. Looks like they may not need me. Well, we'll see what happens. See what happens. Um, $95. Yeah, that's a lot. But hey, I mean it's you know at this scooter, right? Um, yeah, that helps, right? Scooter's helpful. So to recap, what we're doing is oh, mountain bike. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, that's right, because you said a mountain bike that needed some work. Okay. Well, hey, I mean, mountain bike is useful. It's a good investment, right? How long do Let me ask you? How long do like your bike, like a mountain bike? How long would you own that mountain bike for? How long do mountain bikes last? If that even is a thing. How long do mountain bikes last for you? Or how often do you replace mountain bikes? So to recap, we're going over a research tool that I was lead designer for a client. I finished working for the client, so I could finally start working on portfolio. Um, especially in my portfolio, I haven't added anything for 2 years because, I didn't want to work on this stuff while I'm working for them. Because I don't want them to get worried about it. So it's a research tool that allows them to perform searches. They can either search very generally, or they can use forms to do a more focused search to look things for specifically. Because the database that they be pinging is very, very right. And then we also learned that there's a second part of it where after they've looked at the item they want to look at, they search for it, they can actually go further down a rabbit hole and do as much detailed research as they want to. So that's, a second part that you could say. Second part of it. We did sketching. Kind of showed the sketching process of what he did. Again, it's kind of like a whatchamacallit? It's like a almost like it's almost like a story time because I'm retelling how I did things. We did sketching yesterday, right? We sketched out the main parts of the design. Keeping in mind that there was already an existing desktop version, so we were trying to emulate that. So it wasn't nearly as hard coming up with solutions since we're kind of like scope was kind of narrowed a bit. We took those sketches at low fidelity, showed them to stakeholders. They were cool with it, and so then we moved on to mid fidelity, which is when we start taking into account spacing, start to build our design kit, worked out what kind of grid that we wanted to work with, right? And so we're just building on the sketches that we have, exploring alternative designs for that, and doing testing to make sure that everything's good, right? And so that's what we're doing in mid fidelity. Last time I had a mountain bike was 10 years ago. was the option. So how long will that bike last you for? Um, like how long do like if you buy? Oh man. Like if you buy a mountain bike, how long will that last you? How long until you're like, okay, this thing can't be fixed anymore. It's just too old. Time to recycle it. Get a new mountain bike. How long do that will that bike last you? So we did mid fidelity for the home screen. Um, Same here, Link. I'm also the stuff I have tend to last very very long because I take very good care of them. Yeah, I'm very like I said, I don't like to spend money on things needlessly. So I look into everything, how to take care of and maintain stuff, and um, but yeah, I will look up the manual on how to maintain that thing. You know, the thing that no one ever does. Well, at least my parts. Um, so yeah, I have like, I mean, it's like I said, prime example is my fan, right? I mean, the fan is already freaking out. I've had it for 5 years, 4 or 5 years, right? And $30. I'm still like open to maintaining it, assuming it's not going to cost much, not really cost any money, bucks. But you know, I will keep this fan till forever until it stops working. That's kind of how I am too. So we did mid fidelity for the home screen, right? Which primarily constituted trying different ways of having these buttons. And you know, we did testing for that. We figured out exactly what was good. We did mid fidelity yesterday for the focus search when when you go from general search into a focus search, how that works. And so there were components we've been building out, right? We started to plan out our navigation bars, right? And so set kind of some standards there, right? And so all the components that we can see being reused, we're building those out. We're building out the design kit very organically. Um, so that's what we've been doing. Yeah, and in reality, the focus search something that wasn't really something that was actually one of the last things I touched on. I think because there was just a lot of I like to work on like the big things, the things that matter the most, right? The stuff that's really really essential that we really got to get right, and then I start to focus, and then I kind of see how things fall into place for the smaller things. So I'm kind of going a little out of order, but and like I had mentioned, for the focus search mode where it shows the recent searches and the keyboard pops up, there's really only a few different ways it can be done. So it was just easy to go with the simplest method. So today, what we're going to do is first off, to make this make more sense, I'm going to start filling in going to start getting some of these more detailed, like give them actual names and actual icons and stuff. Since we're we're definitely at that point where we're at mid fidelity where it's like, all right, let's start introducing some real elements, and that really is important because, blocking out stuff, is good for getting, the workflows and the big things involved, getting the big things in order. But eventually, you do have to. I find it very beneficial to get the real world data in there, start putting it in there because it's different. When you have placeholders like this, I mean, everything looks perfectly fine, right? But it is different when you start to get the real data in there, a more realistic data in there. Then it hits very different, especially for the users. They need to see a close to real world scenario and not just concepts. It doesn't mean you got to go the full gamut, but it's good in my experience. Things are different when you start to introduce real data into it. So that's what we're gonna do today, and Gemini is helping me with that. Also, what I decided to do is, the research tool in the databases that the client would hit is something completely internal to them. That is, I'm not gonna repeat that same stuff here. So and come up with like a concept that was like kind of similar to it, I guess. Not similar, but similar in like structure, I guess. And so I came up with the idea of food. I'm just going to turn all these databases into kind of like food, and it will kind of. And I think the idea I have, it'll kind of mirror kind of well conceptually into how their databases worked and overlapped and stuff like that, because that's where it was very interesting. I'd like to change the name of my city bikes. Yeah, yeah. It's like I said, that's pretty much the same as me. Um, I like to, I like to. I also like to tinker with stuff. So fixing stuff so that they last longer, like that's my ball game for sure. Definitely what I'm about. Let me see. Okay, so I had a little bit of help with Gemini last night. Helped me kind of help me come up with some stuff. I decided to go with food because I feel like it's a pretty good, you know, searching a database of food where there's all sorts of, there's lots and lots of possible items, right? Um, some of them are very, different and unique to each other, but there's a lot of overlap kind of stuff. I think that it's and then you're saying like I'm trying to search for food in a massive database, like I'm trying to search apple and there's like a billion different types of apples. And it's like, yep, that's pretty much how it felt with the users when they would do like a general search. They're like, there's so much stuff, like just so much stuff, but I'm looking for like one or two specifically, or I need to find one, or I don't know what I'm looking for. I have a couple parameters, but I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. Right? I think it's a pretty good analogy. So I found these. I went to Google Icons to get like to look at what food they had, and there was some like mostly restaurant stuff. I was like, it doesn't really correspond to food very well. So I looked around and I found this by Mr. Ian or Morayan. Apologize if I'm not doing that right. That I wanted to put his cover here to give him credit, and he had food icons for Figma. A bunch of different kinds. They're all free. It's definitely not the same style of icon that I use, right? It's a little more artistic and stuff like that. But you know what? I just got to roll with what I got. So yeah. So shout out to him. Big thanks to him for putting all this together. So we're gonna work on. So we're gonna kind of like start doing that. Start introducing some real data, and also it helps to make this whole thing will make when start to do that. Nickel plated shine. Yeah, and that's that's the other thing I do too. I like things to be shiny. I gotta say I haven't cleaned my cars in a while, mostly because I haven't gotten situated. But like I got like a pressure washer, very specific stuff. Even though my car has like all sorts of dents and stuff in it, like you know what, I'm still gonna keep it as clean and you know good quality as possible. So yeah, yep. Okay, so let's start doing that. Let's start building some of these are so this is a so my icon here is 40 by 40. In fact, might start might start might start a whole new. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna fit them in with here just because these are based on squares and these are. I'm gonna create a set of component variants. Okay. All right, so the ones that so the databases I was thinking about was I was like, all right, fruits, vegetables, fish. Here, oh, wait, Gemini. Gemini is so hit or miss for me. Oh my god. I don't know. Gemini is they sometimes they're the most helpful. Sometimes I mostly use them for formatting scripts because the way I do my scripts, I talk very different how I write. So, my bad, I'm eating you. I haven't eaten. So I will just go on Google Docs and just speak that text, which of course does not get it right at all. The script, so it's more natural. And then I just run it through Gemini and tell it like, hey, I want you to just fix the punctuation, stuff like that. Even when I tell it to do, and I'd say, don't change anything, just fix punctuation. It will always do something and take stuff out, and I'm like, there are so many times I've been like, you're not listening to me. Like, you're straight up not listening. It is just let me see here. So this is where brains and so now you see that there is a name that's long, right? But the beautiful thing is, again, because we planned it, we planned it so that how this would work. You know how this. You remember from yesterday how everything would scale well if we had two lines. Well, there you go. Having two lines, it fits perfectly fine, right? So, these are scenarios that I like to, I mean, test, but nuts. And so these are supposed to be like these categories are supposed to be like there needs to be a lot of like singular items, like no combinations of items, in the. So that's why so it's got to be specific, but not too specific. Gold color chain. That's hey man, maybe bling it out, put some like like glue some like fake diamonds in each of the rivets. Can you imagine? Oh my god, could you imagine the shine? Or like you in the sun? It would look, man, it would look like you have like a Tron bike or something. And maybe we should just go for that gold color chain and just dazzle some diamonds. Let me see. Like I said, like these categories, like they should have like a lot of it should like gosh for a gold one. How much is that compared to the nickel plated one? And I guess the ones that are not nickel. What's the pricing? Like I said, it should have enough items that it's specific but not too specific. Like it should be like wow, just that's like look at all these possibilities you could get. Like it should feel overwhelming. Exactly how it. And top of that, then we'll say, then this is where it got interesting. There'd be like basically like sandwiches where it they had single items that made up a combination of items. So that made it incredibly interesting. In fact, maybe we'll just make that recipe. And then this one, our team came up with something that was awesome. Something that everybody wanted, but no one could figure out how to do it. But our team figured it out. We figured it out, man. And we'll get into what that was, but that was probably like one of the greatest victories on that project because this, we worked on this, man. Amazing. I'll say there was a ton of contention around, tons of it, man. That was tough, very difficult, a lot of pushback. We found a solution. Unfortunately, I left before we could work it out. I was able to find. I tested it. Did some rigor. I just found. I tested with like eight people. All 8 of them were like perfect, 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 perfect. Make this tomorrow. So it went really. So that's kind of that's a separate. So let me go ahead and getting ahead of my. Honestly, I probably shouldn't have. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Right. So there you go. So those are the different. So the way it would work is you're trying to find food, right? And so you either search, a general search, right? You can look up like apple, right? But of course, it'll give you all the possible apples there are in that database, right? It could be useful, but maybe it's not. If you're trying to browse information, it might be useful, but generally, unless you know the very specific name and detail of it, it's really not that helpful. But then you could use these forms to do a more focused search, right? You could search and search under fruits and say, well, the information I'm about to give you, this only apply. I only want you to look underneath fruits, right? And you'll see what I mean in a second. But let's start getting some icons for this. All right, so I need. We'll see if it's even correlate very. So I need an icon for fruit. I'm guessing this. I think I'm gonna go with the. Okay, it's that for yeah, 32. They are. That's going to be a little bit of a. I'm used to working in XD. So I'm trying to think how. So originally, um, this is how I had planned the icons to be, kind of be like. But through user testing, um, that's right. These were not filled. Buttons are not filled. These had an. Can't remember. I'll remember when I. But this is how I originally had done it. But again, through A/B testing, we were able to figure out. They're like, actually, I like something better. Which, yeah, that's gonna. All the icons we work with were. That's kind of why. Oh, Dot. He's got. That's right. I believe. How did that? I think yeah. There was no stroke. It was pretty much like that. It wasn't black though, and this is where your color scheme come into play. You gotta work. Black is. This. I think it kind of was like that. That's what we. Gotcha. And that was $20 for the chain. That's what it was. Gotta drop this. There we go. Fruit. This. Don't. These were not. Those were not. In fact, I think there was an outline. Hmm. Yeah. Getting to bling. Getting to bling out your bike sounds fun. Oh, that's okay. Now I'm trying to figure out why I can't. There was a outline. Stroke was stroke was. I think that's how. Pretty sure it's AMC. Oh, okay. That's not cheap. Okay. All right. So the bike game is not much of a. Yeah, I never really bunch bikes. All right. So we got fruits and also text was text was. We didn't do anything pure, darker gray. That's stuff that color scheme good to get that at the same time as your design system. I might just keep moving, kind of play around, kind of like because like I said, even our color scheme, the color palette changed a few times. There's stuff being added, taken away. So wasn't super consistent there. So I might just kind of just work it out. In fact, I'll do it right. grab the. It'll be kind of a bit of work to try to. I really got to get this. Okay. I have to buy a new cassette and air bicycle. Yeah. There's something definitely lethargic. Lethargic. Lethargic is when you're tired. I don't know. There's something very soothing, very powering about fixing stuff. So I really like to do it. Let's get some of these. Okay, so that's something actually throwing colors into the. So used to using. Need a really dark gray. Well, maybe that actually might. Let me think. The status bar. The status bar is black. You don't have any choice. These. I don't know. Icon. Oh wait, no. That stuff. Pretty sure you hardwire. Press the icon. Sure, I can. Right? Because I have to fix. Why don't I fix it right? I put on a smart plug on my secondary. A smart plug? Like to control whether it's on or off, or starting out that probably gonna actually not. Yeah, this you know it's this. That is black because it is strange having this. That's not our blue client side. Oh, you can use your voice to turn it on. Kind of cool though. That's kind of dope. I have um I have Alexa running a couple things. I used to kind of scoff. No, they don't. Smart plugs are getting really cheap, and they're becoming much more stable. Yeah, they're really not that expensive. Remember they used to be. Now I'm like, no. Um, went with this. Been it. I'm not sure. or may have actually been filled in. Now that I think it was like this for a long time, but then it changed like just before I left, and now it's much better. Oh, we'll figure it out. Yeah, yeah. They're I used to buy them when they first became cheap, but the problem was like the company, whichever company made them, they weren't wrong. Work on this. But I used to buy them, but the problem is like the company would like do some update and ruin it, or the company would like disappear. So they weren't super reliable. They'd work like 1 minute, and they wouldn't the next, and they would just stop working completely. So I started getting Tapo and Casa. I think is TP Link. I think I can't remember. I think that's them. And those are yeah. Yep, I do the same. Yep, I do the same. So that's don't overcharge stuff and like that. Yep. I don't want to press this button thing. I'm trying to think. Remember the ending decision, something I had been talking about a long time, suggesting. No one wanted. User said they liked it, but okay, I'll roll with whatever. The final decision was like, let's do it this one. I was like, that's exact. I don't care. As long as we're making icons, white. Been it. Very light. Like it was just light enough. There to be like you can see that there's buttons there. Icon background of the icon darker. Yeah, and some. You know what? Maybe it color as X. A map. But this gray was the same gray as this. That's what I. We're just gonna roll with it because I just got to keep moving. Don't have a driver. You do driving routes for work? Is that what you do? Let's get to work on. terms of vegetables, that's pretty. Everyone think of vegetables. Think of either when I think of vegetables, I think of either carrots. There is a carrot. That's the best I can do. Fixed root. So when you say route, do you mean like for work, or it's just a route that you take, like when you go biking? Uh oh. Oh wait, no. Here we go. I remember there. Really don't. Really doesn't work unless our outline. At least some of feel like that works. Really need that. That look. Yeah. Driving around with an ad, postcards by. Ah, okay. Like ads for what? This stuff definitely needs. Icon like ads. There are some things that not recognize. They're some items like you really can't. They don't have some sort of universal. I mean, there might. But you know what? What I'm gonna ditch life feed. Different companies. Next month I'll be. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. That sounds like fun. Not a huge. Man. Uh-oh. Did I have run other than like a carton of milk? 8-hour drive. Okay. What do you do to keep yourself so are you saying you drive for 8 hours? Like ads and stuff like that? You drive for 8 hours shift? Sorry, I'm not. I'm gonna try going with the version. Doesn't quite feel right, but I'm gonna let it kind of last one recipe. Thinking picture of a burger. You know, maybe a knife and fork type. Oh, you know what chefs have? I kind of feel like the knife. Kind of let it. Pun intended. They're about 150 kilometers according to Google Maps. Okay, that's not. You drive? Do you drive your own car, or is there a company car that you drive? Actually, that was kind of swap this. Company car. Ford Fiesta, exciting. Yeah. Hey, got to do. Okay, looking at the icons, I think I'm gonna go back Go back to the app. Probably easy. I'll lie though. Roll with it for now. Doesn't really fit with, but get figured out. Um, okay. He was gonna stop, but it depends on if so far may not need. Find out. Going, they say, hey, we need, then probably have to leave. But anyway, so we got so it's good. We got the databases here. Something I might is change this to make also looking at that works better with the outline. Going with the outline. Oh, nice. I think we can light color. Kind of makes the gotta make this gray. That text lighter. That is the one. Might be better. We'll roll with that. We'll see how it feels. Oh, it's a label printer. Oh, nice. I thought it was like a regular printer. I don't even own a printer anymore. I haven't owned one in a long time because I'm so. I feel like that's the piece. That's like one of the pieces of technology that no one's ever like tried to on printers. Man. On my nerve. I don't even own, which usually isn't problematic. Sometimes it can. But that was something else. The client. That was an always an interesting. Like stuff you tap on mobile is blue. Tell you, man. Kind of how it goes. In fact, the users said specifically, we want tappable stuff to be blue. I explain like it's not like we make everything blue, but that's what they icon. So hopefully this will give a hopefully it starts to make more sense on what the application. So let's say in this someone wants to do it perform either a general search. Might need what is the size? Like 44. Station bar. I need to might go to 24. Give a little bit of brief. Actually, I think I also had a title here. Oh no, they totally know it. So anyway, so hopefully this kind of makes sense what the purpose of it was. The purpose of it is to find, right? They could do a general search and look through stuff, or they could do more focused searches, just search by category. Kind of help narrow it down. Did a focus search when they tap on the search bar, typing in stuff, previous search. So now we're going to work on the form. Pretty simple. Kind of a form that you fill out and make it easier. Fill in that. So grab out. Fact. I'll just leave it in there. And for craftsman. Let me see. Other 550. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so that's heavy duty. Okay. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Man, you said you got over $8? That's a steal. That's a steal. That's something I would use. Blue label. That's are the cassettes expensive? Usually stuff like Oh, okay. So then the cassettes are okay. So I can do different types of cassettes. That's pretty cool. Not like have like got our page title here. Um, so this was something that was so let's say in this case we're gonna have in this case for the workflow we're gonna have them like let's say fruits. We'll go with fruits, right? So I said that the form should be in the content area. Then maybe when you scroll up, it becomes part of the page. In fact, you know what? I'm going to do that because you're not here. And they said, like, it should be bold, and then fields here, and then when you scroll up, it becomes part of the page. I said, no, we want to save space. So stupid. I was like, how much space? And I'm like, how much space do you want to save? How much space do you think you're actually saving by doing this? And I would ask them, I'm like, instead of defending myself, I'd say, how much space do you want to save? And they have no clue. No clue at all. They haven't thought about it at all. And I'm like, well, how much space do you think is important? Like how and they did, like I said, they didn't have an answer, but they didn't want to they just wanted to save space. And I explained that, look, yeah, we can save space. I said, but we don't want to do it at the expense of making things clear and understandable, right? Let's not be silly about it. And and I said, I'll give you an example. Like a field size is 44 pixels, 40 or 44 pixels high. And they're like, yeah, we want to, yeah, there we go. Like, we want to have space for that. And I'm like, oh, well, because the font size that I picked, I'm like, it's less than that. So you're not saving much of anything, but instead you're making it very, very clear, like, what they're doing. Stupid battle. Hated that. What I'm going to do when I know. So these are right. So drop in there with the page title. No, I'm gonna. Right. So this would take you. Right. So you'd go to okay, I want to search for. So the back button will become home. But that's something I need. Map out. That back button would get that far and then would truncate. But I'll take. Fortunately, I can't buy the. Yeah. Sometimes you reach out, surprised at how much companies are willing to help you out. Okay, so we got currently we have just, you know, page title, right? Back button to go home, or form. This is also where we start to our design system start working out like the font sizes and stuff. So not going to get too complicated with it, but our for this I work with the apparently I work in, but for this I talked with I got with my developers and said, okay, what's the best way to format our body text, like what, you know, so that you guys are all working with. So I got, and so it being React Native, you know, I understood like how like it was grouped, and so I tried to stick to that sort of formatting, so that way they understood exactly what how it worked, and also too they everything could be coded and changed, you know, body, you know, but and yeah, I just started kind of like assigning like, okay, all body text is gonna subheadings 14. Page titles are 6. I can't remember what the names of them are, React Native, but like there's like oh, like there's like small, medium, and large, right? And so I kind of had those dedicated. So titles, pretty sure I went with. I feel like I started with 20, and I think I ended with 18. So we'll see how that looks. Know that this. Six. Then I'm also starting to work out like spacing, right? I'm starting to work out what the spacing will be. So like in between buttons I have, you know, 16 to kind of match the gutter for the gutter for the grid size, right? And then separation between, you know, these two things. You know, there needs to be separation since they're two different workflows, right? I think I adjusted that to a little more separation, right? But so like 24 is for items that are they're related but not closely related, right? So 24. It's something that's related. I think I went with. Grouped. Then I think for stuff that was not related, I think I went to 20. Might have been even more than that. Can't remember. Yeah, man. You know, that's something I've learned. Like I will go on Facebook Marketplace here, right? I There are some wealthy neighborhoods out here where people have a lot more money and they know what to do with, and I can always count on them to buy stuff that I can always count on them to buy stuff that they just buy it and they don't know how it works and they just resell it, or if someone has gifted it to them. And so I've stopped buying stuff brand new because I'm like, I know I can count on those people to buy stuff and then just never use it. Like, basically, marketplace near me is perfect for drones, perfect for cameras, camera equipment, camping equipment, especially. I bought like an 8-person tent for like $90. The thing is brand new, $300. They didn't even open it. Gadgets and stuff, like I got Apple Vision Pro, got that for like $2,000. It was open box. They're like, yeah, I used it one time and that was it. And I got it. I was like, dude, they didn't even take like all the accessories out of the packaging. But I'm like, that kind of stuff, like I can always count on people to just, yeah, laptops. That happens often, man. They're like, yeah, I can't, the laptop is too slow, doesn't work anymore. I just open up, I'm like, yeah, you need to like, yeah, you got to run it through like a virus thing and do this and clear this. And it's like, yeah, this works just fine, you know? Not exactly day one, but it still works, right? Yeah, man, it's so, I love it, man. It's so easy to to get stuff. This is definitely not folded. H tile is also regular. We have as media. I think Apple does make it. All right, so we got the title there, right? And so now, of course, we need to decide, okay, how much distance between home screen. I think we eventually went to 12 because, again, they wanted to save space, and 4 pixels is really not much. Oh, but it's like, what can I do? Realize I haven't had my have to. Man, dude. Doesn't look like. I'm good. All right. Oh, man, kind of scary. So I think they wanted to go at 12, just, but they're not here. Navbar and Bill. So that will be all for there. Okay. So now let's start building some form fields. Right, which is very simple because they're meant to be similar to other stuff we make. Search bar is a perfect example. So you have, you know, their go for stroke. I make fill. That's two. Um, Step up to I don't know. Actually, you know, it's not that bad. I feel like that's next is probably need more grays. Yep, that's exactly. Yep. Perfect for experimenting with Linux, all that stuff. Yep. I agree. Going to be would be like the so now the way the client had it was the title would pop up here. When they start typing up, that's what it that's what I the interviewed users. That was another kind of annoying. The only one making sense. Or am I going crazy? I remember. So they wanted to use React Native, the typical version that you see, where you have the placeholder text in here. when you start typing, the title pops up to here, right? Um, I'm like, it's okay. I think it's the second best. When we tested with you, they didn't like that. They were like, we can live with it. They're like, why can't we just have the label up here permanently? Yeah. Clearly we need a label. They're permanently, right? So, like, it's like we keep putting it up there, but why don't we just keep it up there? It's just, it was. I have no problem with it. Obviously, it's done all the time. I don't have any huge. But my main thing was they were. I didn't feel like they were planning for it. Okay, so so you do realize that when the title jumps up here, typing, I'm like, that changes the size of the entire thing, right? And they're like, what are you talking about? Talking about. I'm like, like, so I was designing my components. I mean, just like this, right? I was like, okay, so I'm designing them to take into account the area where the subheading is going to pop above it. And they were like, why do you do that? And I'm like, because you have to take that into account, right? And so I had to explain. I'm like, okay, listen, like, title is always popping on the top, right? Yeah, it's popped to the top. Okay, that stretches out like total area of the thing, right? Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. And I was like, so let me ask you. Let's say you have two fields right on top of each other. They're in their default form where the height is 4. And you start typing in one, the title pops up on the other. Does it push the one? Does it push the field that's above it? Does it push it upward? Does it shift it? Because the spacing has changed between them. And again, that took them a while to understand what I'm talking about. And I'm like, why is this a conversation I need to have? But yeah, it's I can do it. I can do it my way. That, like I said, it's not like terrible, but it was just like no, it, about to say. Spacing was, but and although I know, like, and that was the thing, is like, that type of thing is like, that's fine if you're like, like credit card information, that, right, where like it works fine. Because here's the other thing, after when you start typing, when you type in the information, right, and that subheading then stays up there, lives up there, right? Because, like, if you type in credit card number, right? Well, the credit card number stays at the top, right? Now, you could make it so that the subheading doesn't show up anymore and just shows your credit card information. Like, well, like, yeah, but, again, there's no way to quickly identify what that field is. You have to assume that the user remembers what it is, right? Which for credit card and date of birth and stuff, like, yeah, that might work. But I'm like, but for this situation, like not you don't have to fill out every field on the form. So I was like, it just feels weird to me that you'll have some fields that have a subheading living on top and some that don't. I'm like, it doesn't really look right. Why not just have, like I said, the subheading has to be there anyway. Why not just have it live there anyway? Just have it live there permanently. What's the problem? You know? So, like I said, when they did testing, they preferred having the subheading live there permanently, opposed to having it jumping around. They didn't. It wasn't like a big enough thing to care about. Then I'm gonna. Anyway, I'm gonna do it the way that the testers liked the labels. Okay. Go ahead and create. There will be very. Well, I don't know if I have enough time to create, but I might. So, we got the navigation bar here. We got the form title here. Now it's a matter of like, okay, so are these what kind of spacing here? I feel like, and we definitely, this outline doesn't need to be that dark. Definitely doesn't need to, since like the subheading is there to make it very clear. That by going change it back. We'll worry about it later. That doesn't. Bird. I don't know. We'll work on it. Get it figured out. Okay. Problem is like that this stroke needs. We'll figure it out. Subheading being we'll figure it out. Oh, duh. There is no placeholder. That's why. There is no placeholder. That's why. There's no placeholder text. Have subheading. I think that's all of my. Get it figured out. Okay. So let's get a no. It is supposed to be. I think here's what it is. These are supposed to be right aligned, but I think this is a bit too. That might be. That feels. Search bar might also. Case. Search. Leave the search as is, though. I know that is not following the. I'll let it roll for right now. Well, no, I'm actually. That's what it. That works. Now I feel like darker. I think it's because we'll work it out. Get it figured out. For right now. Form fields, how much space end up going with 12, but go with 6. So let me see. Color. Yes, these would actually, those subheadings being 12 doesn't really. Kind of regretting picking. Like, just because possible that other that just doesn't feel that could be the doesn't. But okay. So for example, like this is the fruits, and already feeling big enough. 20 feels better to me. Like it needs. Okay. As an example, oh man, like I said, I don't know if this example is. I don't know if this is the best example. It feels so weird looking at. But what the client, what their thing actually did, it made perfect sense. This almost seems silly, but it could also be maybe the when. I don't know. It just doesn't. Uh, like I say, it could just be because I'm used a certain way. It doesn't feel. We'll see. We'll work on it. I'm seriously considering going like back to the way I had it done, like PT. Okay, so here's the form. So something we need now. Search button. Uh, $44. $18. I just realized I missed a ton of grays from my screenshot of Iowa. Okay, now I know I'm not. That was what I thought. I was like, how is there only 4 grays? That doesn't 6 grays. That's I just know that's gonna help. Remembered get these new. I think the color's not color has a major effect on how everything looks. Like everything. Okay, all right. This is typically okay. So got our form. Oh, Doesn't. Let's have a search button. Active. All right. Got our search. Get the form filled out properly. Of course, you need to remember that there is, 34 pixels down here for the home indicator, right? So you need to make sure that clear that and also give that some room. So then it's a matter of like, okay, how much spacing you want to put between that? I like to do. What I did. So that there's spacing of 20 between those. Space there. But for the client, like I said, for the client, we didn't go with these styles of form fields. Again, something just feels off. Like I said, it could be very well just color. Now got the actual iOS. But it could also be that I'm not used to looking at this, so it just doesn't feel right for that reason. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. But again, we got between the nav bar and forum title 16 defaults, nav bar in the first element. These two things are related, but they're also separate. So I'm gonna make 20 there. Then same. These are two different elements. They're related to each other in that they belong together, but they are unrelated. So again, I'm going with 20 here. Having 20, just adding there. So there you go. There's the fruit search field. So this is the other way. Oh, this is. Look at. So this is the other way that it could be done. Search fruits, right? And they go in here to fill out this form field that way. Why don't we go ahead and come on, guys, right back. All right. Okay. And I'll go ahead and kind of work out. Uh, pitch. It'll be there. Like I said, it's you very quickly you don't even need to really put it there for a while. You just, yeah, there's 34 thereof. So, so the way the forms work is there are no required fees. So it's a they can fill out whatever they want to fill out, and it'll allow them to search. That's a foreshadowing for when we worked on the super search, because that was. Let me try to attack some. I want to try to try to attack some of stuff. Colors. Bring this over here. So start with these. Tons. Uh, Fill meant to be pretty light. Pretty light. But I remember, like I said, I remember they were outlined, and it was like it was too many lines, right? I do remember that. So there it definitely was. It's don't have color. That's starting to already feel dark outline. That was obviously darker. May have been that gray. 'Cause gray is was the gray. I said that the main problem is our icon more of a presence. Outlines quite work. thing is, it needs to have good contrast. Definitely me. That the color of this was same outline colors here. That's what the, in fact, they specifically were. That's too. That's the light. Try making outline of. Feels okay. It's just that this gray, like this is more of a bluish gray, and this is like a doesn't really move in that direction. Color palettes, kind of like this color palette. Kind of roll. Just gonna let it go. Still doesn't. You know what? I think I just gotta take it on my. I think I do have. Just doesn't crop right. Feels too. See that feels more right to me. That right there is. Here's what we're gonna color palette because it's on the background that figure doesn't show. So that's where we're gonna we'll start with the iOS color palette, but I'm doesn't that feels a million times better to me. That helps me. In fact, I think we could. Like F9 feels even better. Even better. Question is, does the search bar feel good? That actually might be. Yeah, might be too. I think that's perfectly. feels. I'm gonna figure. Try some. I'm gonna go medium. Go 6. Go a little. I think 4 may have been fine. I think that feels. Okay. We'll go with that for now. Work on this outline. Gray, yeah. Stick with that darker gray. Happen. This will be the state when you tap into. It's really weird. This blue, so, like the blue feels wrong to me because, like I said, the client there they didn't like dark. Version details are. So I got the 3 different. Eh, focus. So to kind of show how those steps work, so they'd open the form for fruits. Start type in there. Oh, keyboard. I gotta get it. I got an actual. Um. With Apple. So, like I said, this field was not stuff was not required perfectly. Once you typed in one detail, you were good. You could. So there we go. So we went from low fidelity to mid fidelity with the focus search. A bit of side questing. It's some really needed questing. Building out some of our formatting, color palettes. We're working on building out components, organics. As you start, as like I mentioned, as you start designing, that kind of stuff falls into place. Really not crazy. Okay. Okay, so the next thing on the list was the results. They kind of went hand in hand with subject card. And remembering that went with a full screen. This is where a lot of stuff. This is where a lot of building. This is where components. XD building components is rough. Well, building them is fine. It's just very heavy. So it just you need to because like it starts to combine a lot of this other stuff, like a lot of other components, and so you need to nest a lot of components within themselves in order to keep it working properly. Couldn't handle. I'm gonna build that work. search results, it was very much designed according to subject card. Essentially, the search results look like search results, but they were also there to essentially provide some basic information about what they're looking, so that it can help them make a more informed decision. So actually, not designed too dissimilarly from here. Kind of has common with that. I need to work. Might be okay. Okay, so essentially, the um, kind of say that we kind of designed the subject card for design the search result because they would be dependent on each other. I'm going to kind of go ahead. And like I said, but that design already existed on the desktop version, mobile version. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I just in fact, to be honest with you, we would have been done down here. Just but like the requirements for it, that really should have been would have been done during the sketch. Icon, title of the item, some minor values help identify better. Subject card. For the subject card, is the same thing. Icon, title of the item, minor values. Tabs to switch between. Have information. It was here, except you'd have that was what the requirements were for it. So yeah, for this, then it was like, okay, so we need to then design and build the the search results. Like I said, following the theme of what we already had, shouldn't have been too bad. Start moving towards wrapping. So let's see. So we went through a couple of different. Have the title here. So again, it was designed to accommodate 2 lines of text. Difference this. Where and then that was the big difference, that now these, because buttons obviously two columns, but now we can play with this whole space. We have a lot more to definitely wanted to 20 and 18. Can't remember. It's also bolded. About right. Information. There was so the nice thing is total far right support, wanted to support, you know, something with a long. For the client, yeah, that was a freak. It also makes this 44, so it also meant that we could increase the size of the icon. Go. So now so that way it matched up perfectly. This I'm sure we did. This is 18. Made these 16. Actually been 14. Since these are more related. So all told, we got a nice. And the big thing for me, big thing was like, oh, we want to save space. Why don't we save space? But I'm like, they have to be able to read this. Got to be able to read. So that's how this design evolved, right? Again, you just kind of start just building. I need to increase. I'm just guessing. That's what I. Bug content. That's what I. Okay. There we go. Kind of see how. It's really big. A lot bigger than I remember. No, there's no way because I don't know. Like I said, it's things seem bigger on Figma than so I don't know. Okay, so this is kind of what go ahead and make variant. Kind of is a so we tried different kinds of designs for it. Mostly different text sizes and but ultimately, like thinking like what I'm thinking about right now is like trying like showing the different variations. But honestly, it kind of just came out to like this is really the only like I think we tried putting the icon in the middle and stuff below it, and it's like that's just terrible. Like there's no reason. So it kind of just this is kind of what it fell on. And we played with text font sizes, right? Because they kept saying we want to save space. Again, I'm like less than 10 pixels. Changing, having good font sizes means read it. So pretty significant trade-off. I mean, it really isn't much to show. It's just kind of like that, kind of how it. Yeah. So let's go ahead and let's get the. Start bringing in our stuff. All right, got status bar. Seems like I took it out in the. All right, so we need a navigation bar. For this, okay, we're gonna go with the standard navigation bar. This one would. Tools. Backs. What's said here in the back screen? It depends on which you came from. The general search you came. That was gonna. That really depends, right? Okay. So all it is, it's just all the search results. Row of them. So that was, you know, the search. Now we'll start working on throwing in some real data in there. On some, gotta make some, gotta make 44. The icons, they're the categories for what you search for, and that's also how the categorize. Pretty simple. Right now, because I don't know if I'm going to create a version. I'm only creating one. This one, I'm trying to think. Search results. So the final design for the search results was very different. Very, very different. This time around, I'm chose what they chose. Didn't really fit in with like full. So yeah, I'm gonna roll with what. Remember. Remember off the top. Scenario was that someone just searched for. Gemini needs 6 different apples. Okay. this is not gonna. Like I said, it doesn't make sense here. um, doesn't really work. Clients stuff was a lot of stuff. I also forgot that there were actually. I do a little label. I literally did not start using out until yesterday. I am insanely quickly. Thank you, Jim. Minor values, they were. Oh, wait a second. They're 16. Oh, that's why. They're supposed to be 14. They're supposed to be 14. Okay, that's why. Really bad is like 2 lines, not getting a lot of work. Here's a data define. These search results. Kidding me. I thought, yes, finally, utilize two. So what I should have done, this should have been one. That's what I should. Really loving work. Alt size of me chose. I mean the nav bar in the first element of the content page. Just so there we go. Got the search result. I may need to wrap this up. Be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom really. I need to wrap. Looks like to keep going. Good, because I and so again, where we're at in the process here is essentially, you know, I'm moving on from low fidelity to mid fidelity. We are more or less putting a prototype and a user flow together to present to stakeholders, so that they can, you know, let us know if we're on the right track. And so there will be, so if we are, then we start to do more testing, start looking at other scenarios, and start adding. So there was stuff that was added to these, to stuff that, you know, to improve on it. That's where a lot of testing was done. A lot of fun. Like I said, and then some of these designs are just kind of like, there's really only one way to do it, or we want you to end a certain way. So, yeah, I don't remember. It doesn't work with the. Send them back to the way. We'll work it out. That's something that hell of icon really does throw it off. Having outline icon, build icon. Okay, so this was search results, right? So the next step is, you know, they tapped on what they wanted to. That would open up as a we're gonna say an information. Call it information. We're gonna call this profile. We're gonna do that. So let's talk about that window. Essentially, the info card, and like I said, the info card came before the search result. So kind of going out of order, but because I have turn direction, right? So information card has all the same stuff that you'll see search results, but there's more information down. There were two things that were important. There was a side where you can see all the list of all the information. Then you could see relationship, other items, right? So those were the big things. That's the next thing that we're going to start building. And this is where we tested a couple of different ways of doing it. Tried a few different. Okay, work on that. So the way it was initially, these are 350. the way it was originally. There was a large icon at the top. It was like 60 or something. Large icon at the top. The title here. Had the minor values. Name that you'd see on search result. You had all the information. So we did, but of course, like stacking it vertically like this just took up a lot of space, especially when you're like, oh, this really doesn't do really any good sitting on its own. Look at all this space on the sides. Really necessary to have higher. So we tested a few. We ended up just going with having it like we did with search result, having the name essentially matching exactly what I don't want to go. I'll figure it out. This one I'm not going to make. No idea why I tore it apart as this one. I want more. Oh no. Let's when I group this. over here. Man. I did it. Oh, you know what? That I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna not be the right way to. Gotta do like minor values here. Auto layout for the for oh yeah, right track. Oh, I already have. Okay, good. About this. Okay, so that should work. Yes, I don't think client there was a lot of information. Okay, cool. Well, a lot of this calculations gonna go to. I feel like that was. There we go. Make. All right. All right. That was therapy. All right. Okay, so you had so again, the info card has same information. Below that, we had a tab where you jump between them. That was something that just before I left, we were considering like that. That that adding both sides of 12. So since they are going to be, of course, this is where we interviews and ask them how often do they see them all the time. Okay, so then this thing's got to be at least 40 pixels. If you're doing it all the time, it's got to be at least. Need two of them. We'll divide in half. Might keep. I could just kind of keep. So, got this. In addition to having two of them butted up like that, I think it was a developer. I think we had it this way in the. Can we mind if we kind of like a nice line right in the middle? Absolutely, and he showed me. I was like, absolutely, man. So that was when I really started to buy developers. Something I always make. Let them know. Not believe. Always tell them I like to collaborate with them. Tell them like I don't believe. My job is just to come in endpoint, but I'm like, but that doesn't mean only the only one allowed to come up with good ideas. I'm like, could come from anybody. So that was one of the moments. Had bad experience. I'm just tired of it. Get them like I'll get them to to warm up to me. That was one of the moments. I think they realize them. Totally criticize any of my. Tell me when something. In fact, before I showed the designs to managers and stakeholders, I showed them to developers and asked, possible? Is this even possible? Because I don't want to show stakeholders something like, yes, absolutely do that, and developers like, oh. Teamwork. So okay, so 20 looks just more with that and see. So for that reason, we need a little bit of bumper room sides. Kind of see. Obviously, there won't be pattern is 12. That's a little. You could always change. Okay, so another component here. Tab thing. So this will be another component that we. So this will be the of went with 6. Whichever one is selected. Then of course something. Better see selected. I think we made this. See how that feels. This would turn back and forth. Okay. So me. You need an. Don't need an auto. They're never gonna. We did plan on. Did plan on have. I actually tested for them. I knew it was coming. So I actually. There was a feature that they probably would have been dying. I quickly testing. Possible. Third button. Okay, so go with 10. It's fine. Now I'm trying to think. For the space. I don't think. Honestly, I know I probably perfectly. This is fine. Everything. They're gonna be. Okay. Always have like. Okay. This one will profile version. This. So this might make it. This line would have. That's the profile of it. All right. So this is the thing. So now I remember how much space. Look at kind of the spacing that we were already starting to. Question is related but separate. Say in this separate. I'm gonna go with 20. This thing is said I'm trying to do this. Also not use also trying to recreate what worked on, but at the same that's okay. Next thing below that is all the information. That other component we're going to. That one is based on. Also based on form field. So we had it is better read. We had zebra. Good. So it wasn't very dark. Something I just I don't know. Like, why are we having this thing? It's 24. This is a very slight fact. Something that you only really see. So, of course, the information on these information cards, they correlate directly to. So, fruit that you looked up, it had name, color, size, shape. You know, in this example, client, it actually. Let me see here. This I remember completely. Fought for okay, the body text. I want body text to be. Fought. We need to make it small. No, it needs to be readable. They need to be able to read. Okay. Done so much testing. So many of your employees. They need to be able to have talk with different age groups all complain that the text size is too small. Some have bad eyes. Like, let them read. Let them. Don't think we went with adding of because there was really a lot of information. So, sense that so for them it made sense why there wasn't why the 8 because a lot of information again and we just save space. Variation. I'm not going to do. That's one variation of it because zebra striping you have gray, white, gray, white, gray, white, gray, white. Bigger. Okay. Looks like when the padding is how it felt. It was tight, but roll with 12. Oh, I see. Name the property. That's what I did. Start with. So there was said subheading. We'll see. So again, okay. How much spacing between this and so we chose for the tab bar. We chose well, it's 24, but 24 pixels start with that because it's related, but we're moving to a different section. Put it that way, different section. But these two, they are a little more related. Not directly related, but they are more related. So we'll go with 20. Because it's like, they're in the same section. One, they're not completely related to each other, but they're in. So, works. And then, we named for stuff that is related and they're actually grouped together. On a client's application, we did 12. Because again, they layout. I feel like I want to start. Cool. So, okay. Of course, this covers the entire screen. That has a Oh, you know what? I know why. Status bar there. This navigation. And make it so that that back button tells you that back to result. And navigation. All right. Title for it already on the card itself. But when you scroll up, title for the card would appear. Figure out what. Oh, and that's the other thing. Man, I don't, because it's full screen. It's not 3. $17. Problems then. So that feels, that's more. And there was no stroke. Um, Flat. Was versions of one that shows the profile information, relationships. This stuff down here just becomes It was the same. So that's how we did it. We don't think there was. You scrolled. Is that's what we had. Just that's how we designed. Made it so that we were just reusing the same components that have been used throughout, so that had a more wide look. It was more familiar. It was easy. Always talk to my developer. Asked them, will that make things easier? And they're like, yep, a lot easier. So good team. Okay. So then looking at the again, this has all been done to work on the mid fidelity flow. Like I said, to recap, done, already did discovery. We already got requirements and all that stuff, right? Did sketching out, blocking stuff out, right? Oh, you know what? Oh no, we didn't do it. Right, we sketched stuff out, right? Brought the low fidelity, blocked out just the workflow to the stake. That's good. Yep, sounds good. So then I was like, all right, let's start attacking each of these screens individually. Start, oops, my bad. Really like designing it out. So we did that for the home screen, right? We came up with, okay, there's a few different ways we could do this. We did testing and we found that this was the one we liked. Screen where start general search and it's very focused. We tried a few different things. We looked at a couple different things just in the sketching stage. This was the way that I wanted it. Not really a whole that forms again. Just had to go with what already pre-existing. So that search results took designing cards and stuff like that. So design those things, and we just design, reusing stuff where we can. And the whole point is to build out now, take that same user flow that we had done with low fidelity and bring it into mid fidelity. mid-fidelity version that we're going to show the stakeholders again, and make sure, like, okay, so this is what right? I definitely did a lot of testing for. I don't think we at this stage we weren't doing, because again it's like we're gonna attack this stuff again, but we're just again making sure stakeholders are cool with how things are going because we don't want to backtrack. So it was just, purposes, showing the flow, helping them to kind of see like more what it looks like. So like that, we're gonna make this. We're gonna fill in this information to make it to bring in some more real. Well, I feel like 16 is too much, especially when at this point you're not even trying. These are not really tappable. You're there just to actually. It's like, if you're reading a newspaper, you don't want massive amounts of space in between. You want to be able to. So. Okay, so let's populate this with some actual real world. We got the stuff to work with. Which info card should this go with? Say they chose the looking at the info card for Granny Smith. You know what? I think I already planned. Populated with this information. Information here and corresponds to there. Hey, can you give me a again, it's designed to correspond. That's like how the search forms meant to directly correspond to the information on the form. Oh. This isn't it. Let me see. Uh, ugh. Love Figma. Hmm. Or if we had a cold. Fought for it. It's like feel to read. Start with the biggest font. Talk me down. Never that they agreed with me wholeheartedly. Sometimes these do not correspond. That is her. Texture. Textures. So it'll be like, oh, okay, they tapped on the apple. Right, so here's all the stuff about Apple. Always this. Prototype. We did the left and right slides. Help did the left and right slide. Smart animate. Uh, goes. Oh, I didn't. No. All right, so they're here. They're looking for food. Tap on the fruits search thing. I didn't put those in. So like, okay, I want to search for a fruit. No problemos. Just here's your form here. Just fill out some information, whatever information you want, and help put in a name. Okay, I'm gonna search for apple. Okay, again, I did not work. Not I'm like, okay, well, here's all your search results, all your possibilities, items that we can look for. Okay, let me take a look at the Gala apple. Okay, apple again. I did not put in the apple here, so that's kind of annoying. Okay, look, I can see information about the Gala apple. See that look. There's some major shifting. Some major shifting over. You could look at information about the Gala apple, or you could look at the relationship and see what other things it's related to. Moment, you're here. Back to those search results. Go back to your form. Right back to the home. If Gabby. In fact, oh, you know what? Yeah, do it over. Scrolls. There's not. Go on, but did I seriously choose horizontal? God, goodness, that bad. You know what? Probably because I haven't eaten. um also that's where that's might be something I have to fix. Not gonna lie. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm stupid. Yeah, the whole thing is supposed. No, we did. I only started using. Started using. Only started using auto animate. That's press, but corners. I just remembered something for the color. There we go. But in this instance, the way it would work, as you scrolled up, this would disappear. The title, actually the icon and the title would both appear, and then this right here would stay at the top, so that you could jump between. It's kind of, but of course that was like later. So there you go. Probably want to wrap it up. Probably gonna faint. But there you go. So that's project, right? Worked, did the low fidelity sketching, got that approved. Decided, all right, let's attack each of these screens individually. Let's start building out components. Let's good. Let's put some real world data in there, right? And then let's bring it to the stakeholders again, make sure that they're like really cool. Yep. Here's what I remember. We made the background gray and everything. That's what. Everything popped. Not better. That's what we. Yep. When it came to hard was fine. I think a light gray. All cards. Liked it a whole lot better. That's how we did it. That's how we search bar. I don't know if the no, I don't think they had decided on that yet. Search result. We wanted that. There's something that's felt like I was. This line definitely needs. That's how we do something. Something didn't. I don't have to actually. Still not good. About to. This line. Line still might be too. That's something I'll have. That line does a lot for. Much better. Cool. So the next thing. So like I said, so this is what we did. Did mid fidelity designs. Showed them to the stakeholders. They were very happy. Back to the way. Change it back to the way. Try to remember how we did. But yeah, so that's the workflow. You know, they either do a general search to get here, or they can search, you know, with form, right? They get results, look at the items. And actually, that's what I did. You can then choose one of the ones here, like Fuji Apple. Then look at Fuji Apple. Do this very quickly. Right? So you can go to Fuji Apple. This would become Galaxy. So you can go down the rabbit hole as far as you want. Back, right? Of course, I'm sure probably thinking, huh, well there's some that sounds cool, but I can already like imagine some issues that you're having with that. Right about that. So that's what the next stage. Presented this to the leadership and stakeholders. I think there were some features that we had started adding to this, especially when we started getting into this workflow. My biggest thing is I was like, that's cool to go down a rabbit hole, but you need to have like a history of where you've been. Maybe you went down the wrong rabbit hole and you want to go back, but just being able to see one screen, you know, going back and forth is not. So I had implemented a feature that they really liked. Showed like the so we'll say that. So this is where we'll leave off. Admit fidelity for folders. They were like awesome. Go. So after this, that's when we started tackling, looking at some features, tools to add to it, so that we could better. For example, with the form, that was one that we had to come up with something for. Search results, right? Having just one giant list of stuff, is that, you know, enough? They want to look at stuff, be able to filter, right? And that was tricky to work with. Of course, there's some stuff involving information cards, some features that users really wanted, so working out. So that's what we presented to stakeholders. We started focusing on those again, doing some really hard testing and testing. That's also where we started to work on fun little favorite part of the entire project. Huge achievement for me. That was like I feel like it was a turning point for the entire project. All right, so I'm gonna wrap up there. I am hoping to live stream I am hoping to live stream. Would like to. My weekend is pretty packed, though. So we'll see. It'd be really great if but I do plan on live streaming 0.4. Probably like next happen. Because I want to get this in the portfolio, and I'm planning a YouTube video too. Story time / like showing you what it's like working big industry. I actually already filmed another video, not instruction. But it was fun. It was cool. Should be kind of cool. I think it'd be Alright guys, so thank you guys so much for joining. Thank you so much for watching. Very much appreciate your support. And I'll see you next time.